in. There we go. That's much better. I have the audio now. So let's see. Switch over to this. Could have that going. Yeah, we do. So, while we wait for ad to come up, I was planning on talking a little bit about one thing that I've seen a lot of people do in Vtuber, and it's one of the things that most self-taught programmers do, and it's, you know, reasonable, but also not great. Actually, let me drop out a few loads. Quickly. Oh, that one never actually got sent. Oh, that's fun. That one there. This one here. So let me pull this onto this screen in case anyone decides to start talking to me while I'm doing this. That one there, that one there. Let's go here. And there. Let's give these people a perk.
Now, how about drums? Yep. An instrument everybody loves.
I think that's it. No, I haven't actually... Promotion song. There we go. Let's do that here. Okay. We'll see what winds up happening. Do a heart icon. Bro. Yes. In fact. That's good. Okay. So, up here, actually, is there a Twitch? There we go. So let's talk about what I've got going on here. What I've got going on is actually a really simple thing. So in Vtuber, one of the things that people wind up doing is they'll just code from scratch. They'll start with an idea and they'll just start coding. And it works. I mean, this is what I did here. But I've run into a bit of an issue. So let me quickly flip us out to my other window here. So what I have is, let's zoom this in a little bit. So what I want to do, so in Vtuber you have your home machine, and you connect out to various other machines out here, and they all have different names. But what can happen is you can actually have other servers behind them. And so when you're scripting something to traverse this network, you have a couple of ways to go about doing it. What most people do is what I have on screen here at the moment. I built my list of servers. There's this, we'll just say list, and that gives us the server, and then we keep doing that down to which gives us the next server. Now, here's the problem with the way I've done that. Because I've used a for loop, we process what happens in the for loop once, but I can't traverse any lower. So the way to resolve that would be to potentially add another script below that. So what I have here is this started off with a manual list, and I have a manual list, and what I then built was this, which goes through and it generates this list. And what I'm doing on that list, there's a few checks I'm doing there, not relevant to what I'm talking about here though. We're about to have an ad, so I'll let that run. Quickly look through what I have here. If people have ad blocking, then they can hear me talk about random bits and pieces while this goes through. I'm just looking up what I have. Here's my help window, which I apparently can't show you. Okay, let me go back, pull up IPS here quickly. Alright, so if I go back to my Vtuber window and show you what I've got going on here. So the very first loop gives me a list like this. And these are a bunch of machines I can connect to. Now, each of these machines populates one of the things on the list, but the problem I have is if we actually go here, I wonder if less works. Yeah, does it work anymore? Okay, so I just have to use this problem. Okay, so I actually have lists underneath it. So we have this Hongfang T, and underneath it we have Max Hardware, another system. And so very simple and straightforward here is, oh, if I want to go another rank, then what I should do is I should check each of these to see if that works. See if there's more there. So if I go back to my list here, what I would then do is in my for loop, I then add another for loop and have it process the list of servers it has. Well, this is where we wind into an issue. And it's very simple and straightforward of an issue. And that is, this whole thing just can't be automated. You just can't automate that as it is. So, actually let me get that. So I have that one, and then I can get rid of this layer. Keep this as the side that I write stuff on. We're back from the ad break. Okay. So what do we actually have to deal with then? Well, the best solution is to have a solution that iterates through all of those lists. So how can we go about doing that? Well, what we want is we want an outer loop and an inner loop. So actually, let's drop these out. So we have this loop we want to continue all the time. And then we have an inner loop. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to start with a single list of hosts. And then we're going to check each host. So we're going to do a validate the host. And then, assuming the host is valid, we're then going to run this section here. And so this is where things actually get interesting, because the way to do this normally is somebody here will come along and say, oh, hey Dragon, how you doing? Somebody will do something like this. Actually, let me get rid of that and put that there. And someone will come in and say, well, true. And then this is well true. And then what will happen is they will just hang the entire system in this loop. And so we don't want that. So what we're going to do is actually add some intelligence to this. By cheating. By that, what I mean is we're going to change that out for a for loop. And then this here is going to be a lock flag. So we're then going to do a validation of the host. So we're going to take the lock flag, we're going to validate the host from the list. We're then going to check to see what we're going to see here is, by the time we get to the end here is, have we added any? If we've added, we'll then want to reiterate the loop. But if we haven't added, we stop running the loop. So that's what we're looking for. So it's a very simple thing to say, and let's see what we can wind up putting together when we actually put that into real code. Okay, so let's bring our window back up. How you doing today, Dragon? I think I've seen you around elsewhere. Do I know you from somewhere else? Do not know you from somewhere else? And oh, we were just searching up Bitbin. Okay, yeah. So this is, I've only really sort of started this recently, and mostly because a bunch of people I know have run through this, and they've all sort of done the same flaw with designing this script. Now, back when I was, I had a previous career in IT, and so writing tools such as the hacking scripts for this was basically what I did. So I was a toolsmith for most of my career. So for me, this stuff is second nature. So I'm sort of talking about how do we, it started off by saying this is what most people start off doing, and then this is what we should be doing, so now we need to actually turn that into something rational. So this is what we have at the moment, is we have our host list. And then we have our so we have the base list there. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to start by setting up the new variables we want. So we want our actually we'll call this the new server flag, and we're going to set it to true because we've added some to the list. We're going to be adding them to the list here, and then we're going to say while new server flag blah 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 blah. Let's see, what do we got here? 61 through 78. So let's. I always mess that up with them. Okay, so now what we're going to do here is process through this list. Actually, yeah, I do want those. I do want that external full, the internal full lip here. Let's beautify this code so I can find shit. Okay. Oh, yes, it does. And looking through everything, that's actually a good point to bring up if you are playing this game, is that each server has its own individual tendencies. All this script I'm working on here is just a, how do we automate adding our little script kiddie codes out to all the servers that we want, and run the ones that we want to have running. I then have a bunch of stuff that I have automated. Just to give you an idea, I started this last night. This is my hacknet. It's actually pretty small in my opinion, which is sort of the backbone. And I got most of my stats by just working a part-time job. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff behind the game that I'm not really sort of talking about at the moment, because what I want to talk about here is not talking about the game itself, but talking about this sort of issue with programming. Once I've done this, my goal is to bounce into some artwork that I was planning on doing today. So, but yeah, every little bit of advice is useful, especially if anyone comes and watches the VOD later. Which will be useful for them. Alright. Also, while you're putting things together, I really do recommend the usage of debugging code. So, we have our flag here. And what I'm actually going to do here is turn that off. So we're actually going to pull this into my last now, because we're not going to have that. Will make sense as we progress. So effectively what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go run through this list. I'm going to check each one. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Alright, I do want an initial list that is just running through that. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to come here and pull in this one. So we'll run that, we'll run it for once. We'll do that. Specifically so we have our sublist. I'm not using NS2 because I haven't really looked too much at it. My original toolsmithing was all done in Perl anyway, so I haven't been in IT for about 10 years now. So using JavaScript and so on that was getting new when I was ending my IT career, so It's just a matter of preference for me, primarily. I'll start it this way, and then later on I'll look at things like NS2. And for those who don't know what we're talking about here, it's the more advanced programming language that's available. Yeah, as I said, I'm not using it. And most people, when they start out, won't have access to it anyway. Well, most people, when they start out, won't know how to use it, so that's sort of what I'm going for there. I don't actually need this sublist here. So what we're doing is checking each one, and when we add one, we're going to set the server flag. Okay. So in that case, we'll take that one, we'll bring it up here, we'll set it to false. Flats? Set it to false. Yeah, so if you can't tell, I'm using Vim commands rather than straight discussion stuff. Okay, so what we have now is a list that we can iterate through. And what we're going to do is iterate through that list and check to see every time we come up with a new server flag. So, zero I is less than the list length 5++. There we go. And then it doesn't go on this list until after we've checked it's hackable, so we actually don't have to worry about whether it's hackable or not. So what we're going to do here is go to our connectable list, and we're going to say that is a scan of list dot I. Not dot I. So used to doing things the other way. Anyway, which gives us a list work through now. And so we're going to say, I wish there was a for each command. Make life so much easier because I don't actually care about the position. I just want to go through each one independently. Actually, that cannot be I because we are in I already, so we're going to make it J. Because I listened too much to the quality textbooks that talk their way through things. So that gives us that. That gives us this. Actually, while I'm sitting here talking, let's go off and have my work on my part-time job, which will give me extra Vigil and stat points. And that's the thing, if you're playing this, you always want to be doing multiple things at once. From what I've seen of the game so far. So what we're going to do now is check through each one. We're going to run our little command here. That's going to give us list J. And then what we're going to do here is let's push the list J. And then we'll set the server flag third. Okay. So what we do here is we're going to say new server flag is equal to false. Then beautify the code so it's a little easier to read. Okay, so now we have that all saved out. We're going to give this a test. Is it still in insert mode? So we're going to give this a test. Now, to verify what we're doing, I'm actually going to include a debug line here. And I always do this when I'm putting in debug lines that I'm sort of planning to pull out later. We're gonna use outputs. I don't know if it matters, but it's always let me do this when I do it this way. And then let's watch this burn up, burn down in flames. Auto script tail. Okay. So let's see what we wind up getting. Oh, that finished again? Oh, wow, that's actually moving along pretty well. Added a new server for Max Hardware, added a new server for Zero, added Hongfang T. This is not fast, but that doesn't surprise me. And yes, it's iterating over itself again. That's sort of what I expect to see. But we keep adding the same servers again. And that was actually one of the things I was anticipating having happen. So what we need to do is not add a server if it's already in our list. So, go back to our script editor here, and check what we've got going on here. So, just to make my life more reasonable, I'm going to add this as a good practice. Always use names that make sense. Yes. Not trying to be helpful. VI is not that helpful. But what if helpful, I'd run a real editor. Which you can actually do apparently. But I don't really want to get into dealing with that sort of issue. So, alright. So what we're going to do here is just do a simple if okay, so list my list dot roots. It includes current server, and then we're going to say it is not equal to 3. Then we're going to include that. Get rid of that. Add that in, and then we're going to beautify the code again. So what that should do now, how do you do things like that? You're doing exactly what I told you to do until you don't. Okay, so now we're going to rerun that script again, and what we should see is it stop re-adding these servers that have already been found. Is that as fast as NS1 goes? I think it really depends. I haven't really looked at what you can do with it. A lot of the delay here is we're actually running the scripts on the remote. We're running the scan scripts on each of these servers, and so there is a delay running those. It would probably be faster if I was running NS2, that's for sure. Just because the commands are better. So what we had there was it did a iteration it ran through, and then it did check out the connections for that, but then it stopped. It didn't actually see any of the connections for 0. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to leave that one up for now. I'm going to go back to my script editor here. Stop doing that. We should actually have... So we'll pull this debug line out here. And I'm going to drop it in here. Beautify that, save it. Yeah, I mean, NS1 is slow. I mean, it's very slow. It's slower than running things yourself. There's a lot of... You're actually running real commands through the system. If you can use NS2, you're going to get better performance. That's for sure. Let's rerun that. Turn the 9 connections for home. Now it's sitting there staring at me. It should be iterating through the list. Oh, this is doing the add new server thing. That's going to actually be annoying. Let's go back to here. So we're going to say testing server. There. Okay. So let's go back here and rerun it. Yeah, just a simple scan script. And yeah, I know, if I was doing this for real, what I would do is just Google it. Because that is how programming actually works in the real world. There's this thing called Google, and wheels are round, and they happen to enable you to move from A to B. So why reinvent them? So yeah. So all this is I'm just going through, and all I'm doing is finding the servers that I have access to. I'm checking the ones that are available. I'm checking their subsets, adding them to my list if necessary and available. Now, what you're seeing here is actually an interesting artifact. Now you'll notice I have scripts that I have servers I'm testing here, but there's only so many servers in this list here. And that's because part of my actual scan script is doing exactly what I want it to do, which is what I do here is I'll check through, and then I'm running this thing here as check server hackable. And if I look up that code, there's actually an interesting functionality bit here. So I'm doing a couple of things. First up, I'm verifying, is it one of our servers? So is it home or is it one of the purchase servers? And if it's either of those, I ignore it. And I say, no, don't bother adding this to the list. Then I'm also doing, once the server exists, always do that. Never assume things exist. Always check. Always double check. This works with network code, works with everything. Never assume that the thing you think is there is there. Always check it. And yes, I know I've said that multiple times, but let me repeat myself again, because it bears repeating. Always check. And then what I'm doing is I'm verifying whether or not I have root access to it. So if I do not have root access to the server, it will not try and iterate through it. Because this isn't a direct scan script. This is a scan script to find all the servers that I want to have my scripts running on. And I'm going to manually add those myself as I look through servers. So I don't want it just adding it to every single server it can find, because that's the simplest way to get caught. I don't know if this thing actually has that, you know, if Bitburner has the functionality of actually verifying. I don't know if there's honeypots. I don't know of any of that. But what I do know is it could be there, so I'm going to assume it's there, and I'm going to manually add each server in as I want. And that means I'll manually go through and add the server to the list that needs to get checked. And then I'll go through and if it's on my list, I will wind up saying that it's not hackable yet if I wanted to run my debugging. But at the moment, all I'm doing is verifying it has the stuff it needs to, and if it does, great. So what that tells me now is it's actually processing the way I want it to. So theoretically then, we've already run it, we have that, so let me go find another scan analyze. Let's take it to 3. So what do we want? So anyone that I have root access, I'll be able to bounce beneath that. So I need to verify whether or not I have any like that I want. This server confuses me, so I'm going to leave that for the time being. The name is a little off. But I have Zur and I have AmigaNet here, but it needs a hacking skill of 217. And I'm not there yet. I have Max Hardware. So what do we got? Noodles, food and stuff. Sigma Cosmetics. Joe's Guns. Which is where I'm working part-time. And I found that was this is a good way of just slowly building some things up. Max hardware thing. Don't have the hacking skill for this yet, but I'm earning enough cash that I could go off and learn a bunch of that while. So actually, let's go back here. And this is the nice thing about working somewhere part-time. So I can just say, yeah, you know what? I've done enough for now. We'll bounce off to the university and we'll take the algorithm course, which will slowly boost that while we talk about things. So go back to the terminal. We could hack CSEC. I've been holding off doing any of the faction hacks though. Actually, there's no reason I have to. Well, I don't know if there's a reason I have to join them. Let's... sorry about this. Let me make sure I flag that as a... Let's see. That one there, I should go there, report it as a spam call, and then turn my do not disturb on my phone on, because apparently... wait, what? I'll quickly reboot my phone. No. Oh. I mean, can't connect to CSEC. Oh, can't connect directly to CSEC. Okay, so what do I need to go through? I need to go to Iraqi Sushi. In fact, I can just run scan here, yeah, so I don't have Nectar.net, I don't have CSEC, so I need to connect to CSEC. Of course not. Host names are case sensitive, and program names are not, because why would they be? Grr. Okay. So you finished doing your stupid thing. I tell you to shut up. Leave me alone. Yes. Okay, good. So we'll have a look here. Interesting. Blah 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 blah. Democracy is dead. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Of course not. That would actually require you to do what I told you to do, as opposed to what you want to do. Yeah. Okay. It's not gonna give me any of that. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna see one. And then... Oh, I can't SCP contact. Okay, so fine. Cool. And then we run our analyze. Back over here, so who's it? I can never remember what it's called. Alright, it's in my program list here. Vertices Edge or TP crack. Let's do them both. Let's just widen this thing. Neck. Then we analyze. Okay, good. Let's put the back door in place. Scan again, and no, I don't want to join CyberSec. Piss off. Internet. And analyze. Then thing will run out. And honestly, if this thing ran anything like real life, I would actually have to do something rather than just run these things. Here we run our analyze, and there we go. So, fully open, all that sort of stuff. So now when I rerun this, it's gonna go do its thing. How's that down to? Actually, that's down quite a ways. Let's run that again. Yeah. So the idea is to run entrance for CSAC. It's rerunning through because it found something new. Now what I could do is flag each of these and say, you know, if it's already there, then don't do it, and blah 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 blah, but the idea is I only run this script when I need to. There we go. So, now that I have that all running, Here's my actor script sets. What do you mean I'm not running? I am confused. Yeah, that's running. Oh, yeah. I always. Oh, there we go. Hidden world.let. So let's dump that one back up to. And if we can cut that one. Blah 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 blah. The Illuminati, conspiracy theory. Yawn. Okay. Can run scripts. Can do that. So where is the script here? Oh. Multiple pages. Right. Okay. I couldn't see it because my overlay was blocking the fact that I had extra pages. So actually I can take that probably to 20. Okay. So yeah, I've got my C6 script running, and all it does, what I do is I drop a script on the server and run this on the server. It's a very simple thing. I don't run it with multiple threads or anything like that. And all the script is, we have one here. This is all it does. It gets the host name of the current host, prints out what it's running on to the log. I disable all the other logging, and then just check the security level. If the security level is not the lowest it can be, run the weekend once and reiterate. That's all. And if it is as low, check to see if my available server money is below the maximum amount of money. If it is, I'll run the grow command, then I'll run the hack command. There is no way that I run. So basically, it always runs a grow then a hack. I know it's not as efficient technically. I should run a lot of grows, or I should run a lot of weekends, or anything like this. But the whole point behind this game is it's an idle game. So I don't need to sit and watch this while it's doing a lot of this stuff. I can have it just running off in the background. So let it take its time, let it work through slowly, and my money will start climbing up quite readily, like as it's doing at the moment. And I'm currently taking the most expensive class at the local university. So, well, I think it may be the second most expensive class, because I think there's a charisma class that is more expensive. So if I look here, for example, I may not be getting much per minute from hacking, but as we watch, when it jumps up, it's going to jump up a little bit. It's going to be slow. The hacknet nodes are where I'm really making my money. And I want to do it that way. That's how I want to have my character if I was actually being this character. It's nice and safe, and I'm not likely to trigger any warnings or anything else, so that's all it's for. Here we have, where is my, can I get another 5 of them? Yes, I can. That's good. Can add another 100 to that one. Oh, so max level 200. Oh, well, that's easy. that +0. Oh, because I can't actually add all of them. And then I'll find out what the maximum node size here is. But the whole idea is just to have the hacknet nodes working for me, and the other ones are more of a I'm bored. My money will then come in and do what I need to. Security strength weakened to 5, so that's the minimum that one. That's the maximum that one can do, so I can actually completely close that one down. So if I want to weaken a server, say in my active scripts list, I look through and I go, oh look, Sigma Cosmetics, am I actually making money off them? Apparently I am, so I will just, yeah. It's only fudge all per second, but that's because it takes too long to actually hack at the moment. It takes time. And yeah, as you can see, it's just a loop. Is the security too high? Run the weaken script. Pulls it down to the minimum strength. Then I'll run a grow. Then I'll run a hack. And then I'll reiterate around to the next one. So that one's fine. I'm making money here. The fact that I'm making money tells me that I have my security down to the minimum at some point. So there. That one's also down, so I can ignore that one. Theory. This one's also down, so I can ignore that one. Max hardware. I believe we just brought that one down, so let's check the log. Yes, we're running a grow command, so we can ignore that one. Iron gem. What are we doing here? We're still running weakens. And security level is actually at 29, so we'll be running our other weaken script here. Oh yes, yes. And I run the ones on the remote service as a single thread, just because it can take their time. But I then have on my own system here, on my own system here, I have a remote script here. So yeah, remote. There we go. Thank you very much. We're going to run that with our 16 threads, and we're going to take that. I forgot to say where we're going to target. Yes, I did in fact add this comment line here. I wasn't intending to show that in the stream, but apparently I am a dumbass and I completely forgot my own script thing. So, what were we looking at? I think it was... What's it? It's hardware? No, that one's doing its thing. Iron gem. Iron dash gem. Yes, and I don't mind that they take forever. I'm not trying to maximize this. Literally, I installed this game last night, so and I had things to do today, so I haven't really done much with it. I figured I'd jump on and just talk about my little scan script. The rest of it I'll tweak over time. I'll modify the auto scripts on the remote servers so that they'll make sure they run with enough threads, yada yada yada. Right now though, I'm just going to set up some of these things so that I can come back in and do the... I have an art project I wanted to work on. So, first off I wanted to do this because some of the people who... Some of my regular viewers like to actually played this game and games like it, so I thought they might be interested in that, but apparently they haven't decided to stop by. Some of them have, I can tell. I won't call them out, but you know who you are. And wait, where did I get that trigger? Did Twitch do something weird? Oh, there we go. It was just being really slow. Well, thank you, Dan Mouse, for the follow. And I see your from Crusades thing, so yeah. I think a lot of people don't stream it because there's not much to say while the game itself is going. At the moment, for example, I'm processing away and doing other stuff, and really, what's there to look at? If you're not really into this sort of game, it makes a little sense as to what's going on. And so it's not usually seen as good content. And that's why what I wanted to do was sort of show off what, just sort of this one aspect of it, building scripts properly. So, for example, this was me talking about signing the scripts out. Of course, that's not going to work if I click on that thing. So just talking about how this is the issue. We have our main server and we have remote servers, and so we need to scan through them and iterate through them and check. And yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who do, so yeah, so what I've got here is just sort of the first step. Sorry, I keep looking over to the side. I actually should bring my tablet around so I can look at it a little better, because this will be what I'll be working on next. But not this specific thing, but working on my art tablet. So most people usually do a simple list script for an initial scan script. And then they add in extra layers. And so this is sort of the plan. I wanted to keep running it, validate the hosts, add to it. I then pointed out that if you just do that, it's just going to hang. And so this is what we're actually working towards now, is we built a lock flag. And so we're just running with the lock flag. So it'll actually shut down once it stops seeing new servers to add to the list. And so that's all we sort of did there. So, very quickly now, let me switch back here. I've been streaming for a pretty short time now, but what I will do is I'm going to take a very quick break as I switch over. But I just sort of wanted to, let's see, whereabouts are we at? I'm still taking that class. That's going to get my hack skill up. I actually want to work on my stacks more than I want to work on the hacking class, mostly because the hacking class, the points from it is fairly low. What I really want to do is actually work for the NSA. So yeah, so if I have a look at what the requirements are for jobs with the NSA, 150 hacking, so I could do the IT job. But looking for secure software I could do right now. But if I wanted an agent job, I need to get a crap ton of reputation. And I probably can build that by boosting my hacking here. So to get those stats, I need to be working somewhere else first. So a lot of these jobs have, you know, you can work part-time. Food and stuff is when you can work out part-time. Where else are we? You can go to the gym and work out. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dragon's Black. You can work at a lot of these. I actually have the base skills for this. Created that. Need 31 million to up my RAM again. 7.5 billion to upgrade the cores. A lot of the thing I will wind up doing eventually, it's very clear they've designed the game to do this. The process I've got is a good starting process. But eventually you want to run your main system sort of controlling a network of bots. So you would literally basically set them up to, you push a button and they go bounce out and hit a few different sites all at once. So there's a lot of build up your main system just for that. Let's see. Okay. I wonder what some of these are. That's the stock exchange. That's just a boring company. No wounds, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so let's get back to working at the gun store. And it seems really weird, but I actually think that this is a great cover for someone who's actually a real hacker working at a gun store. Because most people don't think of the person behind the counter at a gun store as being a master hacker. And that's sort of, I just find it a highly entertaining and amusing idea, so there is that. And let me switch over to this guy will do just fine. Oh my goodness, all of the emotes. Well, leave that running for a sec. Okay, it's gotten dark here at the moment. So my camera's having troubles picking me up, but that's fine, because I'm about to go duck off, grab myself another beverage, and I'll be right back for doing some things. I also need to check in, because we're actually going to be shuffling the actual network in my house. So not just in-game, but in my house, we're going to be shuffling some of that around. And that will happen at some point, so we'll have to, I need to check in and find out where the status is on that. And on that note, I will be right back. Okay, I have returned. Well, not really. Now I have returned. Oh. But yeah. Just slowly making a little bit of cash. And on that note, we're gonna switch over and deal with some art now. So let me throw a marker in to the stream. And then let's talk about what I'm planning on doing with this guy. Alright. So if you haven't seen the guy, Squid Easy is the name of the channel. Let me give him a shout out. Because he's not watching at the moment. They're not watching. Sorry. Squid and I both play a lot of very similar games. So there'll be a lot of games that'll show up on their channel that will also show up on mine and things like that. So that's sort of the situation here. So let me have a look. What we have here is we have a couple of different things. So let me grab that one. Move this guy off to the side, this guy off to the side. So Squid has this setting. The idea is that when you visit Squid, you're visiting a bar. The bar's called the Squid Easy, hence the Twitch name. And so there's doing that. Accuracy is not great on this tablet, but then again, what do you expect when it's the price it is? So the idea is that where Squid comes from, tea is illegal to sell. So effectively, it's like a speakeasy, but for tea. So I had this idea for a piece of fan art for him, his channel, their channel. I'm saying him, I should stop saying him. I mean, from what I recall, they're okay with it, but actually, let me verify. Go to the channel, check. Do they list anything on their about page? No. No, they do not. Okay. So, anyway. Pull OBS back up. Of course, it's hidden all the way over on the other side of the screen here. So here's the plan. The Squid Easy, there's multiple locations. There's the main bar that everyone's in, and when you visit, you wind up seeing. So this is what his channel looks like at the best of times. There's a blue water background, and then there's this sort of purplish stands thing. They have friends of theirs who hang out in Discord with them, who sit on various tiers, and whenever a single person is there, they take up a specific point in the tier behind them. So what I'd like to do is sort of do a bit of art that shows off more of the backroom area behind the Squid Easy. Now, Squid talks about how there's submarines. So I'm thinking we've got Squid on a loading dock, and that's what I'm going to be sort of looking for today. So we'll get started on this. I do not expect it to finish or get anywhere near close to before I take a break for dinner, at which point I'll deal with my network and that at that point. So let's have a look at some of the broad strokes. So I'm thinking here in terms of old Windows, not Windows, old like sci-fi book covers and things like this. So we're sort of having that, trying to keep to that style. the 70s and 80s music album cover, that sort of thing. So that's what I'm looking for. But at the same time, we're going to have a bunch of submarines in here, or at least potentially visible. So let's also grab another image. I know there's some nice... We can have some nice pictures of some, so let's have a look and see. Do we have... Oh, that looks like a nice reference image. No, don't do that. I'm going to say open image in the tab. Yeah, that's a nice reference image. So we're going to copy that one, bring it over to here, and plonk it down as a reference image. So if we extend this walkway back, so we sort of cut off a little bit. So that's what I think I'm going to try to aim for. Okay, I like that. It's a nice sort of arrangement. So let's see, what do we got going on here? So I'm going to pull this out here. I'm going to show the edge of that. Then I'm going to have another... I'll have a walkway around here. Go to an exterior dock area. This is going to go up here. And let's bring that over that way. Dumb that in a little bit. Keep this all sort of here. Yeah. Put that back up there. Archway in. The archways on this are nice because it falls into sort of line with the art style here, for the sort of seating positions are more curved than what you would expect out of a less sort of thing. And then we're going to want to have a sub in here, so let's make it a small sort of... That's too far over that way if it's going to be a transport sub. It'll actually come in probably here. And the thing is, even with the character being different, even if this is not a normal sub for the area, it still works because, well, who knows what they're carrying? It might not be a normal supply set. So then what we're going to have here, so I'm going to want to put squid. Where do we want to put squid? I think we're going to want to put squid here. Then um, I'll have him holding a clipboard. It says on it. Yes, I know it. This is just positioning of all the items at the moment, so. Then we're going to want a bunch of crates, because the delivery that he's getting at the moment is not at all problematic. No. No, he's just got some excess supplies of stuff he gives away for the people who come visit. So let's see. And there, of course, will be different types in that. And then also over here, you're going to have barrels. Yes, they don't look much like barrels, so I'll figure that out. So I just sort of want to position them. Had a gangplank thing. We're getting supplies on and off. We'll throw some bags in that here. And then the edge of a box. Actually, door types. So if we're going to go with the round hatchway, that'll do. Get another reference image. Yes, that reminds me. This is a door, not a hatch. I keep forgetting. Circular. Do we have any such things? Wow, you people are like, Google is terrible. Okay. Yeah. It's a condition zebra hatch, but it'll do. I mean, this probably would be a condition zebra hatchway anyway, but not as if that's something that's really going to be necessary. Hey Ayumi, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope things are doing well. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna split the hatch though. And then what we'll do is we'll throw portals down here. And it would be exterior lever operating. Alright. So this, I think, will set our scene. Actually, don't want to do that. I want to curve that. Which means I'm going to curve this section here. So let's move that guy out of the way. This one here, curve out from there as well. Yeah. To follow along, I'm going to add in some supports, put that as exterior. This here will be a support beam that way and a support beam that way. Okay. So I think that gives us a to go from. Stream really late, yeah. Yeah. It is sort of weird with how we all just sort of split off to our different time zones and end up going along with that. I don't wind up... I'm gonna have to wind up changing my streaming schedule time-wise, so... Okay. Time zones are frequently the enemy, yes. So, let's get some of the background details in and then we'll start working on how the squid here is going to sit together. I'm going to do something a little weird for this guy. Just because it's a little bit of a amusing idea for me. I'm going to give him a long scarf that he is going to be wearing while he is out here. Just because I don't believe that the I believe in adding to the extra weirdness of that particular character. So let's get some of our lines in quickly. Take this, drop the opacity down. Background. Spent a lot of time on mine. Why not? So I apologize to anyone who's watching this after the fact. And a lot of the people who are watching it during the fact. Move that around. There's no need for that to be a shot. Actually build them one box at a time. Best way of doing it. Yeah. So the hard part about something like this is knowing not only what you want, but what is reasonable. Let me grab a... Apparently I know what barrels look like until I think about them. Then I don't, and then I completely forget. Actually, I should check because these are a particular type of barrel. There we go. Okay. Tab. Copy that. Here. Paste it. There's my reference barrel. And apparently these ones are mostly straight-sided. Apparently it's all whiskey barrels that are not. So that makes things easier. Actually, let's take the barrels off here. Do them as a the height, basically, right? Yes. So we're going to be looking at something like that. It's actually going to be leaning a little further forward. Deal with that. So yeah. Yeah, that's good. I've done this before, and every time I do it, I keep forgetting that the right way to do this is to start with the top and bottom for me. So. Yeah, that'll do. Let's get all here and just to make sure we... There we go. So that top. Bring this down. Give myself a little bit of an angle on it. Make it easier for me to put the line in. I'm not a fantastic artist, but I enjoyed myself while doing it. That's the important point. Come on. Try to keep this as a drawing. keep this as not somebody's avatar in live TV or something. It needs to be as close to perfect as possible. They should be a little out because we should have. There. Oh, actually. It's too fun. Yeah. So yeah. Just a pretty chill-ish afternoon at this point. I hope everyone's had a good week. If you haven't, I hope your weekend is better. I recognize that not always possible for us to get a good, what we consider a good week. Always having bad weeks. I would suggest to you maybe start looking for what good things did happen. Try not to pay as much. Try not to focus as much on the things that did not go the way you wanted them to. Little trick. What's up there? Here we go. Hey Dreadlock, how you doing? Hope you're having a good time of the good time period of the whatever. Sorry, sneezing. And you guys are probably in an ad. At least Twitch is telling me you're in an ad. I don't know if that means you're in an ad or not, but if you're in an ad, you're in an ad. If not, yay, if you are. And I will say hello to you again when the ad is over. I wind up getting this together. I'm not expecting it to be great, but I'd like it to at least be reasonable. Then, once I'm done with it, I may work on something else that is a little weird. Well, might be a little weird for the squid. But we'll see. We want to do more art that I can actually show off to the community, because I've been working on some projects that are a little behind the scenes. I have been getting some more practice in, basically. It's not been anything I can really share with you guys. At least not until the people I have been working for it on. I don't know. Words. Words are words. Alright. So what I'd like to do is actually try putting that in. Can I actually type that in? Will it let me then modify it? Is there a stencil? It's a stencil. Wow, okay. Wow! Okay, so if I put that in there, put that there, and I bring that out, let's try it again. You apparently do need to resize it here. So if I put that there, can I use the deform tool on it? That's a good sign. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Oh, do I have to add it as a transform mask? Yes, I do. Yes, that's how we do this. So we twist it a little this way, and then we pull these things around here. I realized I should have just grabbed the center of that and moved it around, rather than doing what I'm doing here. So that vaguely works. Okay, so here is the. So I'm going to take all of that and I'm going to group it down. A peanut barrel. And then, if I'm right, I can just do something like that. Yeah, okay. So we can have a couple of peanut barrels in the background. Okay, cool. So that will work. Good. Put that there. Soon as okay. So we can go back to do the rest of the stuff. Power off. So keep it. Well, we are going to keep it, but we're not going to keep it there. That works. That one here as well. Go. Yeah. Sorts of just filling that going. It's a good way. Yes. Stay down on that. Let's see if I can do so we got I'm gonna take those out of here. Let's do that in as another layer. So we're gonna basically build up this through different layers of adjustment. So we can get each portion of the image working. So. Let's see, this is the glass we're looking at, the perspective. There should be another line. It's not gonna look good. I keep trying. This one of these days I'm actually gonna get it vaguely right. Yeah, that's what I want. Two. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do that. So that's that one. That's that one. Okay. So what we're gonna have here is someone else goes like that. Actually, another line here. Yeah, that'll do. I think it's gonna be a little curvy. Let's see. It's gonna come down to here. It's gonna come down to there. So this one here needs to come down to there. A little bit of so you're not going through. Tells me it's going to end down here somewhere. Yeah. Actually, no, we only need the bottom one. there. There. Yep. Okay. Okay, so we can go here. Slide. Yep, there we go. Alright. So, do a little bit of line cleanup. I sense a problem right now. Because this line here is in the wrong spot. It needs to meet that corner there. There. That's the back wall. This here comes down to there. And then we're gonna have this here. So go. Check. Doesn't take much to make these things look right. Just does take understanding how everything should connect. And there. We have a brace in the corner. Now we move on to the next. About irregular stream. Mr. doing downstream while I was working on that stuff. But I needed to miss working on them. I could have done them. But that would have required me to actually remember that, you know, I'm the one who's setting these decisions, and so it's entirely up to me as to whether or not they happen. But I also was finding myself being all creative arted out. So, a lot of that has to do with, I feel like I'm coming up with designs myself all the time. And I don't like doing that. To have a little bit of the... Oh, that... Good, what I'm doing this? That comes to there. So that line's in the wrong spot. Okay. Thinking this will just have a little note saying, is this one of Squid's loading docks? Who knows? Add another. And while I could do this as all like actual construction type style, the issue I have doing that is that it doesn't feel quite right to me to do that. Let's see. Let's see, that comes down. How do we have that? Curve coming down. And this is another layer, so I can sort of sketch this out. So we've got two curves. Come in. Actually, sort of squaring. See the back of one. See the front of the other. Seeing the front of the other, when seeing the side of it, not seeing. We're not seeing the side come down there. Okay, yes, that makes sense. So therefore, what we want is a beam point like that. Make a character there. Yeah. Yeah. Make it go away. So what we should have there now, if we hide the sketch, yeah, that looks pretty decent. It's not great, but the way I get great is I keep working on it. This is how great occurs. You keep working on your art. Eventually, with enough practice and enough working towards what you want to actually do, you wind up succeeding. Okay. Yeah, we'll also get rid of that, because that'll be... do some T-chest type things as well. Change the sizing. I want T-chest look like. Really weird, the types of things that I learned as a kid. I still remember now. Wow, how did I get that first line so good and this one's just sucking? That's not bad. Not quite what I was going for originally, but it'll work. Fit in. That's a new line. Let's see. There's that. Be the carbo. Yeah, clean up on this. Maybe closer for this. Yeah. Need to check and see what people are up to. Just quickly. Oh, I forgot to. What? Okay. This is very, very strange. The number of people who are doing things. Um, okay. Sorry for the being sidetracked. I'm just keeping an eye on what my Friends are doing on yes, all my fellow friend streamers are doing. To check in on that. It's Friday night, and Friday's usually busy, so. Okay, it's Friday night here in the US. For the rest of the world, it's what, like Sunday or something? Feels like Sunday. Could be Sunday. Yeah, okay, the background's coming together. If someone came in here expecting to see some fantastic art from some fantastic artist, apologies. I claim to be getting better. That's about the best I can say. Some people think I do fairly decent art. I think I need more practice. Am I good? Pretty good. Oh, and I should also mention this just because it's amusing to do. One of my fellow streamers recently started a coffee company. And I, being the type of person I am, decided I should try their coffee. Yep. India sloping. Live to you. So, what was the slipping about? That was me telling you that you should try that coffee. I actually have the details around here somewhere. If I can remember. No, 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 no. What do you mean, no? Oh, did I put it under here? You put it under here. Wow, I'm apparently really bad about, no. Manage bookmarks. Search bookmarks. Wow. I think I made a, I thought I stored it. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible of me. So who am I following? There we go. So yes. There you go. Comfy Nest Coffee. Trying their Vietnamese Robusto at the moment. And I'm not used to drinking Robustos. So this is a very interesting thing for me. Somebody suggested that it's going to be more like a tea, and it turns out, yeah, it probably is. It does have a lot of the overtones that I expect out of tea. So, just thought I'd mention that as a thing. Hashtag not sponsored. I do recommend people try them out if you like coffee. It just happens to be another member of our community who's doing something else to try to keep their head above water. So useful, I think. For people to pay some attention to it. Because you never know. One good turn could lead to you being helped out in the future when you need it. Not that that's the reason you should do it. You should do it because you think it's the right thing to do. There we go. Line. It's that line. I think we're pretty close to being able to say the background here is done. Or at least the line art is basically done. Oh, except for that. This bit here needs to get done. Yes, very much so. Okay, so that one there is a line. There comes to that corner. Yeah, comes from that corner. This one here is not there. Let's try this one. Yes, it is. Let's go back down here. Let's see where we're at. Nope. Okay, this is weird. Oh, okay. So all right. I don't like that. I'm going to get rid of it. Good. So that gives us the background. This is save. And double check to make sure I'm not missing any connections or anything like that. I think we're good. So what I can do now is merge that entire group down. We're going to say merge group. So background up. So now when I put a peanut barrel in, it becomes much more reasonable. So we can actually stack a bunch of them up there. So I'll do that in a bit. We'll basically just be doing some copying and pasting into that because, yeah, I'm lazy. Alright. So, I'm not just going to stop on that though. I do need to add one more line now that I think about it. Yeah, no, we're good. There. Good there. This line. Okay. Isn't part of the background. Well, it's part of the background, but it isn't really. Because what we're going to do here is a little trick. Let's see, we're going to do group. Okay. Yes, it does match. There, good. So what I'm then going to do is take this, add one, take it down to blood film, and we'll mess with the opacity in that in a sec. But we're actually looking for, I'm looking for is that. I really like that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Gonna drop that in here. That's gonna fill the entire thing. We'll take this, that, yoink that, go here. We'll add that as transparency mask. Then we're going to take this entire thing and we're going to bring the opacity down. And then I'm going to switch to this. I'm going to do a little bit of tweaking. So let's see, what have we got now? Textures here. Is there anything I can use? Yeah, let's go with that one. What is their size? Okay. Yep. So we've got a black brush up first. So we're gonna sort of put some of these. Couple in the middle. And remember, we're gonna have the doohickey thing. Read that script that goes and finds and copies every file from every computer run to mind, only to find out not all files can be copied. Yes, I was noticing that. Oh! Hey, Oni! How you doing? Crackers. You've got crackers? Isn't that great? So, the plan for today on my art is to show off a potential loading dock that may or may not have a squid in it. Sleepy? It's not that early for you guys. Or late, whatever. Actually, you know what? I know approximately where squirrel is, but I don't know what squid is. I'm not sure where you are. Not that I'm asking. It's just I always assumed you guys ran on the same time zone and then realized that, wait, no, that's not a good good guess. So. Well, you may be sleepy, but how has your day been? Just in general. Hour ahead of him, actually. Okay. So I'm putting together the touches for basically a bit of a dock picture with Squid here watching stuff being delivered. So Yes, the nieces and nephews and that can be rather loud when they need to be, or feel the need to be. So I quite understand that. I hope it was fun though. At least for you, even if not for anyone else. Let's keep that out. Put that as stock water. Color the barrel in, but we're going to work on the background more than anything else. Okay. So let's go back here. Take those, group them, and put them as the scene. Take that, drop that down there, and now we can start coloring. Coloring? Yeah. Coloring. That's our main sketch. We'll turn off our top water layer. Okay. Yeah. I don't wind up seeing my nieces and nephews very much. The ones I have here in the US, they're the child's mother is difficult at times. That's the most politic term I can use, I think. Yep, okay, cool. So that's going to yank that off that. I have no idea what this is made out of, but then again, I'm not going to try and suggest that it came from human technology. Just leave it there. That came in. That's actually really nice. I'll leave that column. Anyway. Grab that there. That. Actually, we can drop that entire thing everywhere. Well, you know what they say. I like babies, but I couldn't really eat a whole one. Mark that one with that. That's going to be the same as well. Okay. It's transparency mask. There we go. Oh, I was going to do the wall the same color as well. Oh. That's where this comes in handy. Yoink. Yoink. Okay. Oh, turn off the selection. That's what I need to do now. Okay. Oh, I forgot this bit over here. Wow, I'm doing really clever at this at the moment, aren't I? Wow. Okay, so we're gonna grab that color. Gonna grab the no. Grab these. That's very, very strange that it came together like that. Okay. Oh. Let's try doing it this way. That's why it was being strange. Okay. Go back to here. That there. Go. And then we shall tweak that a little bit. We're actually getting pretty close, so what I'm going to do now is change the background color here. Because there's a trick that I had that I really like. And what it involves is if you do that, then everywhere when you're coming in to look for your, where do I need to fix my mask? It's very clear. You know exactly. So I don't have to worry about missing tiny little spots that'll now bleed through. In the background or other transparency or something like that. So again, not aiming for perfect, aiming for good. The old adage of the enemy of the enemy of, is it the enemy of complete is perfect or something? I don't know. Can never remember. I try not to. The sentiment is basically do what you need to get the thing done. Don't worry about trying to make it perfect because you can always, almost always, tweak stuff later. Especially when it comes to digital art. I mean, for fuck's sake. Aim for perfect first time, it just won't work for you. Okay. So, that. Do I actually have a floor texture I can use? I did that before, actually. How did I do that? Right, I did that. Yes. So if I take those, that'll give me a wide spread. So then what I need here is to take that guy. There's the floor. Yep. I'm going to add that as a transparency mask. This is going to be a wooden floor. And it's going to be a wooden floor because that's what most dogs are made of. Doesn't even have to be real wood, actually. Okay. We have that, we have that. Then we look for where the brown is, which means we go for the orange, because that's what the color actually is. Expand that up a little bit. Yep, and then just... Oh, I'm stopping too close, so... Frank? Getting some weird artifacting here. Seems to be mostly on my system though, so... I'm gonna pick another... I'm gonna add that in. We're gonna keep layering that. Like that. Until we get... basically full coverage. See a couple of spots where we're getting some bleed through. So take that. Go back to our other colors. Change the size of that so we get a little bit of finer through. How does this look with that? Not seeing that come through. Was that neon enough? How close to where neon can we get it? There we go. Yeah, that's a nice bright, hideous neon. So we've got some stuff bleeding through, so let's go back here and no, you stupid thing. Stay over there. Oh. Let's bring the opacity down. A little bit. A little bit of staining, a different color. Some reddish portions. White through. Yeah. There we go. I think that's a reasonable full tone. So, now let's deal with the windows here. Transparency mask. Good. Actually, that is a. There we go. So, we really want to steal this one. No, it's a little bright. There we go. Actually, no. There. So what I'm looking for here. Yeah, there's our base color. What I'm going to do is we're going to flip back and forth between using some of these. This time, I'm only going to use get this to look right. No, I do need to put it that way. Okay. Bring the opacity all the way down on this. switch out to color. Here we go. Gives us a little bit of that. And then here, expand that. As far as we can go on that. We want to do that. There we go. Just taking the edges off the sharpness a little bit. There we go. Doesn't seem like much, but the human eye will pick it up, so that's sort of what I'm aiming for. And then these windows over here. And I'm just going to do this. That. Here. I'm actually not have it be that dark. There we go. There is a texture that I think would look. There we go. On there. No, that did not do what I expected it to do. So start by just filling it in. And then I'm going to pull in highlights from around it. One. Opacity down on that. Okay. Okay. So there's a background, but we had our water end. Actually, it's the what it look like without the line now. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable. And then we add a peanut butter barrel in. Okay, good. So, save your work. Is someone actually streaming? Two other people streaming? That's weird. Streamception. Wow. Yep. They're. Apparently they've loaded up Elden Ring. I love this. This is highly entertaining. Okay. Anyway. The weird things when we Vtuber this. Okay. So we need to put our T grades in, or else we're going to be completely out of scale. So let's bring this guy up to the top. So we have our sketch available. And then come down here. And I'm just going to say group Great. Okay. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. All right. See down that guy. There we go. Yeah. And I could do these as proper straight lines, but I think it sort of fits better if everything is hand drawn. Because I am one of those people who things should sort of stay together. Is that Critia? Oh yes, this is Krita, the software I'm using. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do something. I've been doing this for a while, and I forgot to change my tag on my stream. Anyway, because yeah, as I said, we don't need to be perfect, we just need to be good enough. I've said that a few times. So, yeah, it's Krita. It, for software that doesn't cost anything, it's, if my hand would work the way I want it to, that sounds creepy. It's actually a pretty reasonable piece of software for free, basically. So I think it is worth it. I definitely recommend it to people. As Eva can tell you, I recommended it to her. I'm doing good. Wanted to do something a little different. Working on this art piece is actually related to the story behind Squid. So this is supposed to be the one of the loading docks of the Squid Easy. So good. So getting the lines just right. This type of thing helps you stop being a perfectionist. And no, I'm not going to use the incorrect term and say OCD. So, see, that's that corner, that's that corner. Okay, so we got another one here, another one here. Go. I think I have, yes. So these lines. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Now, time to clean up the barrel. No. You can throw things at me. That's fine. I don't have most things. I have most of them. Uh, sorry. I just needed. Do I have anything like that? I don't think I do. No. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I don't have a hunt command. I should probably see about doing something like that. Wow. Wow. Apparently I'm bouncy when I turn off the keypad location. Mm. Okay. Um. eh, Uh. All right. Let's get some of these things cleaned up. All right. So what are we looking at here? These the cross brace pieces. Okay. So we're dealing here with a tea chest. So what we're going to have is there will be cross pieces, down pieces, and so we need to not get rid of everything. We're going to have interesting corner cuts, like, and it depends on where we think the weight wouldn't be needed, and that'll depend upon what the shipper decided. And given the fact that these are probably coming in by submarine, that's going to make things interesting. So that's an upper cross brace. That's going to come to the corner there. So let's deal with the outer lines. Easiest way to start this. Maybe we can do some extra cleanup over here. Try and bring everything back in so we have less to sit there and think about. Okay, so that's there. There. This guy, we gotta pull back in. Okay. So, these lines, yes, okay. So these ones can come all the way back here. Pretty good. This is pretty much how I work on this stuff. Start on one section and work my way in. I don't like what it did, so let's pull that in here. I don't like what it did because I'm not sure if I'm going to leave the box in the corner like that, or if I'm going to have straight pieces connecting to side pieces, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what I wind up doing. This is this line here, so we actually take that all the way back to there. This last set here should actually get us the outer shape of the crate together. I know I'm spending a lot of time on doing this and very little time on doing the actual character art, but the reason for that is the character art needs to be sized to fit the rest of it, and I don't really want to do that until after I have At least some of the keep things together. Okay. So there is going to be, yeah. We're almost done with that crate. Okay. And that corner sticks out. Oh boy. Okay. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Take that off there. Doesn't stick out so much now. Now, if you think about it and actually clean up as you go, it takes up less time when you get to the end. So I could have done that, but I wasn't thinking about it. So all right. So let me quickly check one thing because my brain is going, I know what it should be. Let's actually have a look at how one's put together. Okay, great. You're doing these. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, that's a metal edged crate. Actually, most of them were metal edged. So in that case, we're going to have folding over. We don't have it done that way. They trim the edge that way. Okay, so they, yeah, all right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the crossways here, and they're going to go over what's underneath. So in that case, what we're looking for is those. Let's see it. So this one here is going to fold up over that. Let's turn our sketch off here so we're not going, what? So these ones here fold over that way. And this one here will be folded over that. So that'll be the easiest way to fold the metal. And so those fold down from the outside. So one of these is going to fold over the other one. We'll take these edges because they look the widest. I'm going to fold that over there. Oh, dad's details. Leave those lines there. Yeah. Yeah, so the point is, what I'm looking at here is how would this actually be pieced together? And bearing in mind that this color here is actually a background layer. So it's the background. So what we're looking at here, so how does that look? Yeah, that looks fine. So these look like, let me go here. So if we had a corner of a box like this and we put a flat sheet of metal over it and then folded it down, that's how you get something like that. But the problem is you need to fold all the way around. So when you get to the other corner, so when you take this and you turn it 90 degrees and you have the flat corner here and this, and the box continues, you then stick your other piece down and fold it over. So that's why you get that overlap like that. And then, so if you've got your uprights here already done, which are these pieces, then that's how that'll fold together. And I think when it comes to art, it's important to understand how things like that get put together if you're planning on using them in your work. Because if you understand how something would be built, it looks correct, even if it looks correct to the brain, even if the eye looks at it and goes, that seems off somehow. So that's sort of what I'm aiming for with a lot of this stuff. And what I'm going to do then is actually take this and take a faint, keep a little bit of a purple edge to it. But that's going to be our new, that's going to be the metal color. So let's see, that's going to be our lineup. I'm going to add our paint layer. So this will be our metal trim. Okay. I'm going to go, wait, nope. I have to do it this way. No, don't do that. If you thought you were doing, don't do it. Because it was bad. Okay, there's our transparency mask. And I love to do these as just solid color blocks. That came through with a low opacity, so let's put that down as a full opacity. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to put these as the wood panels on the outside. So these are the wood panels. And there's a transparency mask. Now, most tea crates are actually stylized and have the company's logo all over them and everything else. But because this may or may not be perfectly but not quite unlike tea, we are going to cheat a little bit. So, this is our first color. We're going to try and keep the colors basically, well, we're going to try and keep the keep it as plain as possible. But not everything is going to go the same way. Just because, yeah. That's what you're going to get when it comes to that sort of thing. Find dark color. Putting this everywhere. We are sort of giving a wood style look. Yep. Well, a tea chest or a tea crate actually is wooden sided. Actually, they're really weird in reality. Let me switch to this guy. When you look at them, they're basically a wooden box, but when you take the upper lid off, you're left with a wooden box, and inside here, this area is actually um, covered in, it's a very fine metal foil. So basically aluminium foil. So if you actually open if you open this, what you would get when you look on the side is you'd have a sheet of wood with a thin insulating layer and foil that's torn apart. It's actually really strange. Um, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to do here is just the base color is going to come through. So that's sort of what I'm looking for with that. And I actually want to bring more of the orange. There we go. That's the one I want. I find that it works best to sort of, I mean, wood has color changes throughout it, so you need to sort of bring them in. And so now that we have that, we have a wooden crate that we can now copy a bunch of times and have that stacked up. Now what I am going to do is do something different. There we go. I grab this, like that, and then we're going to put this here, and we're going to say T. And we're going to change that to a size 18. And then we're going to bring that over to a stencil font. So we have that. Then we're going to close that, and then actually let me change this. Ceylon T. We'll center it, we'll save it. There we go. What I need to do here is add a transform mask. Go to our tool options here for this. We're doing a perspective shift. So we're going to how dare you? There we go. Come on. There we go. And then we can take that and bring that down here. And then, just for the giggle factor, what are you doing? I need to select that for this. So we're going to take that, and then I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to take, let's see, there's a nice red. And we're going to switch back to the brushes. We're going to go to this one, and then we're going to go this. That should be on the T crate. Come on, up yet. There we go. Add this one. There's a new layer. There we go. There we go. And that will make sense to people who actually follow Squid's channel. So, just a little thing. So, yeah, H colors, yeah. Hmm. This coffee is weird. I keep thinking I'm drinking coffee, and then I take a sip of it. It tastes like tea, and I'm like, wait, what? No, it is coffee. Anyway, I like it. I'm not going to argue that, but all right. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to then merge that entire thing down, because we're going to have a bunch of copies of this, and I don't want to be messing around with the original. So we move our merged copy, um, let's take that one. You gonna let me do that? Yeah, you are. You're just gonna take a little while to update. Okay. This is the problem. There's so much information in some of these things that it's thing. Oh, the idea that I'm sort of thinking about is that, oh wow, that did weird things to that. So let's not move that other one around. Okay, I can always move that one below that one. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Um, so the idea is that these should be, I'm expecting that these are actually like shipped straight from the manufacturer of the tea. So, and they come in on a submarine, which you don't see at the moment. Um, Actually, you and Squid would get along really well because you're both aquatic aliens. Interesting. Anyway, um, do that. Yeah, yeah, Squid. Um, so yeah. Oh, about to have an ad. Okay. Yeah. Um, I also got sidetracked by partner seeing that I was in when I was just finishing up here. So uh, I can't brain at the moment apparently. Whereabouts are we? Where is my OBS again? There we go. Oh, you gave him a follow. Great. Well, why, thank you. And hey, the alert thing actually worked properly, as you can see up there. Okay. Of course, that says to me that nobody's ever been here in my chat before either. Okay. So duplicate this one again. And then we can grab it and we can move it, and we'll just put another crate back here. And yeah, this is just how I'm going to do this because I can be lazy. Actually, that one should be there. This way I don't have to think too much about... No, 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 no. There's a box that comes up here if someone uses the right redeem. Um, so... Bring that again. Put that in. Actually, bring that up to the top here. And then we'll add. Yeah, no, that's good enough. That's good enough. Okay. So yes, don't go overboard. All right. So now I know the heights. Now tea crates are usually well, small tea crates are small, but a full size tea crate is around about half a person tall. So now I have a sizing box. Speaking of boxes, see, yeah, as you can see, this box is about half a me tall. It covers me down to my waist, and yeah, and a tea crate is around about the same size. Right. So now we have something we can size good with. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'm going to bring the peanut barrel back. Um, uh, let's see. Take this, we'll bring this down here. We'll wait for it to catch up. There we go. Some, wow. Wow. Okay. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Then we're going to actually color that in as well. Now, my reference for the peanut barrel is that it's a lighter, actually, lighter grade. So we're going to go sort of middle green-ish color, and that'll be what we'll start with. And actually, how's that lid? Cross grain. Okay, so I can use that any way I want. Okay. Okay. So let's cheat on this one. So we'll select the entire thing and then invert the selection. And then we can go. Oh. Hello? Oh, I've got the wrong brush selected, that's why. There. I always hate it when I forget things like that. It always feels like a, wait, am I being the dumbs? Yes, yes I am. Okay. Um, Let me put a lip on this barrel as far as where's the reference image I have shows. So let's add the lip. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so put that in. To take some of these and get some extra stuff. So there. That'll be our outside. Transparency mask. Take it up again. Then we're going to say, oh, those vectors taking a while to draw in, don't they? So here, we're going to take this guy, we're going to darken that up. Now, the barrel, so these have to curve. Yes, yes it is. It's just one of the brushes that is in by default. So bring that down size. Well, that's tiny. Go. Do that, do that. Okay. Just most of my time when I'm spent working on something is getting doing the coloring. Yeah, getting the stuff together. Bring that up a bit. Yeah. It's the thing with digital art. There's so many different brushes that are available now that it really makes things much easier than doing things pencil and paper in a lot of ways. So lose track of time when I'm digitally drawing. Yeah, so do I. Um, it, it's very much a thing that I do too. Transparency mask. Well, I'm glad because that says you're getting some use out of it. Um, worrying about those things. Put the image so that I don't have to worry about adjusting things. So, yeah. Take brown out. Yeah. Bring that down. Just add some. I have to keep switching between the mouse and that. And because. Oh, right. This is the background stuff, so it's not going to show up on the others. If I want it to show up on this paint layout, I actually have to be on that paint layout. I know, it's like it's horrible. How do they expect me to do that? And here, and that's going to be for lid. And then, yeah. Lid. Is okay. So here we have a peanut barrel. I'm going to duplicate that. Then I'm going to merge it. I'm going to take it down to here. And then select everything. And I'm going to stack a few of these in the corner as well. Oh. So everything I'm putting in this has something related to don't do that. Everything I put in here is related in some way to what happens in the world of the squid. So, okay. Uh, Getting really close now. I think I am going to take a very quick break. I need more tea. I mean coffee. I mean, what? I've been talking about tea for so long. I forgot what I was drinking. All right, I'll be back in just a sec. And I return. Oh, apparently my background music stopped or something. Yeah, apparently it stopped. It just went weird. Let's refresh that. Yeah. Go again. So, drink. Yeah, that one actually came through pretty well. Here we are again. Yeah. I actually want to pose the character a different way than it is in the reference image. So that I need to get a view of what I'm looking for. And do that, and I am going to quickly squeeze over to my other window here. You guys can't see. I'm going to do that for the sole intention that I need to grab a reference. The way I do references is using effectively a naked VRM model, which I'm not allowed to show on stream, so we'll get a few things going here in a sec. In fact, while we're waiting, let me just throw a bit further out. So that way I can do that without having to worry about what's going on with the other stuff. Good. Let's come this one. I specifically made a naked model for Vroid so that I had something I can use for posing that doesn't have anything to really throw me, but it does mean I can't actually use it on screen. Oh, by BMC. Wow, you can actually do. Oh, that's just weird. Okay, so they did that very differently. User actions. A lot of that's fighting action stances. Like others. Oh. Switch the hand that's up because definitely not. The software is a little it's got poses that would be perfect for doing NSFW art, so there are some that I'm sitting here going, yeah, no, definitely not, no, nothing, no, no. So, yeah. Nope. Plus. What if I want to mirror it, you damn piece of shit? What if I want the left arm up, not the right arm? not too bad. Oh. That's fine. That's fine. Apparently I can't tilt the angle that way. That'll do. Okay. So let's grab actually that. There, 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 there. Close that down, and we have a squiz. Oh wow, that looks nice. Yeah, that looks good. Eva? And if my brain could catch up with what I was doing, that would be great. Okay. So, go back to Crypto. Go back to OBS, then go back to Crypto. Yeah. Image. Oh. Well, you told me about something. I had to go look. Here. With that. We're going to sit. Squid. Then going to sketch the thing very quickly. So basically have the colors that I can work from and okay. So So, feet goes out to here. Goes there. The spine going there. Yeah. Head. Use eye. Joint is the this that goes off to little piece. Here we have the end coming here, there, that, yeah. Should basically be a particular reference. So I can take the opacity all the way off and move it off to the side. Just a little bit, I'll be able to see it. Show up on the screen. All that well. Okay. So, very quickly, how are we doing in Bitfinder at the moment? Ah! Eh, 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 eh. Oh, how's that one doing? Let's run that again. Okay. Pretty big into that. Okay. C6 is $0. So they have no cash on the server. Really? Getting a lot of hacking XP out of it though, so who cares? Zero is getting totally better. This was on Jim's sitting. I'll weaken to 27 into our hacking XP. Okay. That's getting cash. Screw all, but that's what you get when you're having those things running slowly. Okay. So let's hide that. And so yeah, here is our basic reference. Okay. So this is of course a model frame that has no clothing on it, so not, well, I say of course, but that's what I was using as my reference for that portion of it, so it's not like you can tell that from what we're seeing here. So it's mostly straight lines. Oh. Where's it coming from? Up there. Cats. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Don't worry about that one. This one here. So I'm going to that'll be there because you're seeing from the edge and behind, basically. It's a different line set, so it's that one. It's that. So, just multitasking. We all multitask in our own ways. So, pants. They're not even magic. They're just pants. Okay. Right here, what type of color is that? Okay, it's a dress shirt color. Okay, so there and there. It's weird. Let's try bringing it closer to the first shirt. We're gonna have that visible. Actually, don't worry about the let's get the bits that are the squid Going to have shoes. So yeah, let's do the shoes. No, it comes down there. So. Don't get that much detail. I can do this. That's because we're further away, we're not really going to have to worry too much about this stuff being perfect. I do want it to come through some design details there. Okay, so let's do a little bit of line cleanup. We'll go from there. There. Put myself in a better position. Attempt to unscrunch. I know someone who actually has intentionally designed a lot of their character to be easy for... Oh, welcome back. They've designed their character to be relatively easy for fan artists. specifically because they like to fan art themselves, so they designed it to deal with that. And if I had even thought about it half as well, I would have done similar, because gosh darn my skirt is a pain in the ass to draw. Eggies! Okay. That'd be great. I want to get an eye for what the character feels like to draw without trying to go too perfect on it. For the simple reason that I have a secondary evil plan that involves me being more comfortable drawing the character, so I almost always have a secondary evil plan. If you don't think I have a secondary evil plan, then you must be the target of the secondary evil plan. It's generally how it works for me. Wow, this is a clown show. It's a boat. That's a boat. That's not a shoe. Let's try that again. Except this time, let's aim for less boat-like. Yeah, that's better. Now this one's too big. What's this? Couldn't my button go? Yeah, okay. I don't have a scheduled day for art streams. I usually do them when I get in the mood and feel like it. I've been contemplating adding it to my schedule. But I'm trying to see, hopefully in a week or two, I should know better about how my schedule is going to be for the next year. Once I know that, I'll be able to figure out my actual schedule a little better. Right now, yeah, at the moment, I'm trying to think through my schedule. I'd like to do an art stream day-ish thing, but I need to have something I feel comfortable drawing each time, so part of the issue is that I can spend weeks on a single project, and I'd be okay with doing that if people are interested in seeing it and see how it went. Especially if I'm doing any like live 2D rigging or anything like that, that would definitely take a long period of time. But if I'm just doing, like, this is supposed to be sort of a little bit of a humorous art piece with some extra involvement, and in this point here I'm putting squid in the corner and so on. But if I do so this one here I'll get it mostly done today. I may wind up, and I've got to go offline and sometime soon, yeah, for dinner, but I may come back for it, I may not. But in the future, I'm sort of trying to figure out what I would like to do with that. I can't always stream on a Friday though, because I have other appointments that interfere on Fridays. So I guess I'm just sort of wait and see approach at the moment. And if it turns out that I decide that I want to do more frequent streams. See, I've also got a couple of other projects that are up in the air that I'd like to do as well, so for those projects, there's going to be a matter of when the other people involved in them would be available. So yeah, I guess we'll just see how things go and how my time goes. So I definitely would like to do more art streams. Ooh. Neat. I looked over as my partner walked in the room and handed me ice cream. Sure, I mean, if the other project goes the way I expect it to do, I actually intend to talk to a number of different people. But those other projects require other people to make decisions about things, so it could be a few weeks before we get answers as to what is going to happen with that. So this is what happens when you get other people involved, so not a big deal, just something that winds up happening. Actually, we don't do that. So that one's there. We've got most of the way back. Oh yeah. No, I got. The big thing is, because I've got other people involved, I'm gonna find out what everybody else wants to do. If it was just me, I'd already have talked to you about what I want to do. But because it's not just me, I have to have other people's input on what's going on. You know what? I can cheat with some of this. I can cheat. I can pick a red from over here. Dark red. So. And draw my line that way. Yeah, I mean, were it just me, wouldn't be an issue. So, and once I get the others, we get the others sorted, I'm expecting things will come through pretty quickly as well. Because of the people involved, we're all sort of... all but one of us seems to be like, rah, let's get it going. And then of course there's the other projects where I've been asked if I'm interested, and I am, but I need to wait until they decide what they're actually doing, so... It's sort of hard to arrange things when other people are doing the arranging. Me, I have mascara I'm stuffing my face with, so... No. And yeah, once it's sorted, and it won't be a big deal. But it will take up some time. And that sort of... need to know approximately when that's going to happen so I can actually schedule all the things. And ad break. Oh, yeah. Well, once I have things together, I will let you know. Because I would definitely be interested. Both you and Amara would be good candidates for one of the projects. Actually, for both of the projects that I'm thinking of at the moment. Or at least the quickie guessed, I guess. Oh yeah, wow, they took a while to start, apparently. Twitch told me a minute ago there was going to be ads. Actually, it told me a minute ago that you were getting ads. So, it's just lies. Lies. Notes. Remember that? Yeah. I was just sort of... I can't even remember exactly. Rambling more than anything else. Good stuff I was saying. Yeah. The two projects I'm thinking of, both you and Amara would be good guests on them. I don't think either of you would be up for being more presenter type thing, so I wouldn't offer it. In terms of being on to talk about what you guys do, that would be very much a... Why is that? Because that's on missing a pixel there. Okay. Yeah, specifically, the two projects are related to different parts of streaming. I'm not going to say much more than that. Sort of interview-ish show type thing. And I guess we'll see more about what happens with them as I hear more from the people involved. I actually think that most people would be interested in the content if they're a streamer. And I suspect a lot of our audience would also be vaguely interested, if not actually interested in it. In the, not just the content, but the, basically the whole content and all that as well. So I think it would be worthwhile. And so that's why I'm sort of, I want to get this going. And at the same time, it's just... It sort of needs to happen. Needs other people to actually do things before stuff can progress. So... I have no idea why I'm coloring the shoes in. Because I wanted to do something. It wasn't just line art for a sec. But sometimes you just go with the flow. Forcing yourself to... Especially when it comes to art. You should never force yourself to do something in a particular manner, because otherwise it just... You'll get bored of it. You won't want to do the art. I need to pay attention to what I am saying. So, yeah. It doesn't matter what medium you work with, whether it's digital, whether it's on paper, whether, you're using sheet metal and a welder. when it comes to art, you have to be in the mood for it, because it isn't a regular job. It's easy for people to say, oh, well, those artists, they're making bank. Well, like furry artists, for example. People say, you know, not safe for work furry artists make a lot of money. And while I'm not saying they don't or they can't, it's far more likely that they're only doing a couple of art pieces a month. And that's part of the reason why they charge so much. So, I'd hope you would, because, you know, you happen to do some art yourself, so. And I'd also think it I think it's very easy for people commissioning artists to forget that artists need their downtime too, and they also have times where they have to just sit and ponder something. And of course, one of the worst things that you can do to an artist, I think, is when they ask you for feedback, not respond to them relatively quickly. I think the reason why I think that's an issue is if they're asking you for feedback, they're sort of in the mood to do something, and if you don't respond to it, it could be days or weeks before they're back to being able to be in the right headspace to work on your piece. So, especially if you commission something from an artist, you should always try to be as responsive as you can be. And it will help the artist be as responsive as they can be to what you have going on. So, just my 2 cents. So there's the pants, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. Do I have the shoes? Yes, I have the shoes. Okay, wait, what's going on there? That looks a little weird. Which line is that? Yeah. Now it looks even weirder. So I'm gonna get rid of that. There. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, it's a tiny little speck in the corner of the picture, but to me, it'll just stick out. So. I have no idea what the background music is sounding like, by the way, so my singing does not match, or my humming or whatever does not match in any way to the left-hand audio. Well, hey, you know. Yeah. I've never actually commissioned an art piece myself. Partly because I'm really bad at coming up with ideas about what to do. And also, once I do come up with an idea, in the past, I haven't really had much access to artists. aside from a couple of them that were friends of mine. And I didn't have the tablet, and I wasn't doing the art myself, so yeah, there was a lot of, well, okay, maybe, but actually no. Situations going on, so. That was, me, basically. Sure. Wow, those legs look really, really long. But hey, let's see. There to there, there to there. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Portions are about right. Getting Squid's head in is going to be fascinatingly interesting. So, yeah. I think some of the issue, though, is people forget that you're not paying an artist for the art piece. You're paying them for the art piece and the time it took them to learn how to do art in the first place. It's the same reason why we pay other professions for the work they do at a level constant to their training. So let's actually bring some of this down. So Squiddy's going to have a fairly major jawline thing there. That's going to come down there. I can take that down as a single line, I think. Yeah, but I actually want to. Oh no, this is interior, so I can be a little less problem with that. Let's pull that down. Actually, let's bring the brush size down. Okay. I already had another layer up there. Oh well. Okay. That's going to do that. Back to the sketch. This in so we can have no tentacles here. There are tentacles that come down here. Actually, don't do that. We want to add another sketch layer. Because so let's see. It comes down on the side here, so we have these sort of like that. And this here. Okay. Sure, right there. Okay. Okay, so maybe bring that one. I need to, just like the yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Wow, poster-sized artwork freehand. Oof. That's a lot. And just the materials themselves are going to cost quite a bit there too, so... So going back to when we were talking about doing the crates here, doing Squid's head justice. Let's see, cephalopod. Yeah. Giving his head justice actually takes quite a bit to figure out, because there's underlying structures that have to be accounted for, because if you don't, when you twist things around, it's not going to look right. Okay. So... I'm gonna try and get... Oh, that's white. That's not black. Yeah, let's go for that sort of shape. The head seems to be leaning back, so let's go with there. We're going to have 20s there. Going to have to do these as different layers though, so just so I can draw over them without being worried about messing them up. Just gonna curve out a little bit. Go right ahead, go right ahead. If I wasn't anticipating having people, if I didn't want people distracting me, I wouldn't be streaming it. There, how's that? Should actually come further up the face. Did I think about it? So this one here should actually be here. Yeah, it does take some focus. But that just means that I cannot respond necessarily as quickly as I would want to. And we'll add some eyes. Stop that, you stupid thing. His eyes are very round. These eyes are very, very round. And first we have to put Fez on, because Fez is cool. Anyone who doesn't believe that needs to go watch Doctor Who again. I am taking my time. Well, where is that? That's where. There we go. I don't see the bow tie from this angle, but that's fine. Okay. I'm going to have some eyebrows though. Actually, let's finish off the fez and put the fez in as a single entity. Yeah. No! Wrong button. There. Take time in responding. Oh! Well, if I took time in responding, then I'd actually have to think about it. So, you know. How about I just don't say that I did? Going to add... Just going to yoink. Because we won't see that in the actual... That fez is too tall. Just so we're clear. I'm gonna cheat. Okay, so I think if I do this... Nope, it's gonna do it layer by layer. So, yoink, yoink, yoink. There's the fez. There's that. Oh, it's less tall. Well. Okay. Yeah. What are you shocked about? That I'm gonna cheat? Digital art is great. Just in comparison to what I remember having to deal with for doing art physically. Digital art's just so much nicer. Just all the, well, I could do this, or I could do this, or I could just not care and just go, yoink, done. Squid would find this funny. I was showing off the model to my partner and got the response of, is he in a lithic? No, not in a lithic. Oh, okay. Huh. My neck is starting to get out. I'm pretty close to saying. I will take my dinner break now. Okay. Yeah. Try and get this in. Let's try and get the arm basically together before I pull it. That there. Oh, okay, let's finish getting this on. Those in. Wow. Apparently my hand does not want to turn that way. Let's stick out just a little bit. Thank you, Eva. Let's see. That. Yes, straight lenses. That there, and these. There's actually a trick I do when I color the lenses in, which will be later when I deal with the actual coloring. Okay. So, yeah. Glasses. And this is not cool. Okay, here we go. The eye. There's no way not that big. Yeah. Make sure I get this off. Okay. Let's slide the sketch. Oh. It's good. What was that? Baseball? Basketball? Squid ball? Actually, we shouldn't talk about squid ball while we're painting a squid. We shouldn't talk about Bruno. Okay. Merge that in because that's that. That's gonna be the main body. Okay. Wasn't you? Oh, okay. Well, at least it's not hurting my... if I do this, I might actually be... Oh. Yeah, now I can see what's going on. See who the person is who keeps throwing things at me, Eva. Okay, good. The capture is actually still able to catch my face, so... Whee! Let's see. Then put that there. Then that. And so what we've got here. Yeah, so put that in. So here is doing that. should go that way. Bring that here. Yes. Good. Yeah. I could cheat. I could so cheat here. Okay, so if I bring that this way. What I mean by cheating here, I don't want to draw the hands. What if I can avoid it? So if I put the hands underneath the tentacle there, then I wouldn't have to draw the hand. I am gonna have to draw the other hand though. Actually, if I felt that it is my job to be picked on at this time. Okay. That's the right one. It's there. Comes through. Comes through there. Jump. Yeah. Jump. And that on. There. So. Go. Seems very weird to be doing this for something that most people won't even notice. Oh. Now I find myself channeling, something a friend of mine who does Blender was saying in her streams. Nobody will see this, so I have to spend an hour looking. And I was picking on her over it. Because that's what friends do. Yeah, exactly, Eva. Just what I was saying. We're friends, that's why I picked on you. Where's the doohickey? Where's that doohickey? I'm gonna find the doohickey with the wing wall. There's the doohickey with the wing wall. There we go. Actually, let's turn the background sketch off here so I know I'm actually dealing with the piece itself. That bit is behind there. This one here. There's bits that are back there and back there. Oh, got rid of too much when I did that. there. This. Some of that. Okay. Yes, exactly. And honestly, every little bit that you can catch that makes you go, oh, that needs to be fixed, makes your final piece look better to people, even if they don't know why. So. You have. What's that one? Let's turn that layer off. What do we got going on here? Let's get rid of that. Turn it on. Supposed to have. Yeah. Okay. So that's find where that layer is. It's that layer. Get that. I think that pretty much covers all of that. So let's make sure we've got all the bits and pieces and bulbs and doohickeys and yeah. The big thing though is not to get caught up in the intricacies. Recognize that your piece has to end at some point. Don't wind up spending all your time trying to fix the minutiae and never actually complete the artwork.
Till 3 a.m. looking for words in the dark, grabbing your head, drinking instead of hustling for that bread. This need to escape, playing a game of chance like roulette. Live with no regrets, give it your best instead of pleasing people.
Not what I was trying to do.
Cause I just wanted to breathe a little. Give me my space, create a place to be myself. Take me away to live and learn because knowledge is wealth.
It's like anything else, you can get too perfectionistic.
Yo, that's enough to spread some love and help the people with me. Do what you want, don't never
Allow it to not be perfect. Bear in mind, a lot of things in this piece, there's a lot of sections here that if they were perfect, they would look wrong because I'm not aiming for industrial built by people to use proper specs and so on. This is supposed to be a smuggler-ish loading dock. So maybe the beams aren't properly aligned or they warped a little because of something, and the barrels aren't perfectly straight, but they're good enough, and stuff like that. And so when somebody winds up looking at the piece, they're going to see that. They're not going to know why it looks like it fits, but they will know it looks like it all fits. So.
Always learn from mistakes. Open your heart to love. That's when potential awakes.
Okay. Let's start again from the top of these. That one's good. That one's good. Okay, that one's good. Then we can nudge it down. How's this one? Yes. Next one. Yes. Next one. Yes. Next one. That's a little far. Actually, that's not a big deal because I'm about to put a collared shirt on the character, so that'll give me a good indication of where the shirt goes. That's the rest of the arm. That's the main body. Okay. Pull that body. And then on that note, yeah, that's looking pretty much like Squiddy once I put the collared shirt on. It'll be much more likely. And then I need to put the multicolored scarf on just for the shits and giggles on my end. So let's bring up the actual sketch I did in the first place. So this is basically what my original plan was. Squiddy down here. Actually, let's zoom this in a little bit so people can see things a little better. Actually, is there a way to zoom? Good enough. Okay, so we had Squiddy down here looking at some boxes. The submarine that was bringing it in here. I want to put a few sacks on the top of the submarine because they haven't been fully unloaded yet. A short gangway to load things off. We have our main background area, which is going to hold some barrels. I had them originally down here, but I think up there is a little better choice. And then we have a couple of entryways back in. These are using hatchway style, so these are actually long handles that will allow someone to just sort of push down to get through. And yeah, so wooden dock, and that's sort of where we're at the moment. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is I'm going to say I'm going to have some dinner. And once I'm done with dinner, I'll see what I'm feeling like, but I may just play some other video games or watch some other streamers or something like that. It's been great. Streaming for people. Wait for it to save. Let me see if I go here. And yes. There we go. And I can spin that out of the way. Close that down. Move this out of the way. So it's not my face anymore. And definitely my tablet mount, my new tablet mount is working out really well. Yeah. From what I can see, I can picture what you were going with. Yeah. So sort of aiming for the Squiddy is underwater, so it needs that sort of. It has a submarine loading dock, so. And on that note, guess who happens to be streaming at the moment? I bet you can't. I bet you can't. Now I bet you can. So we're gonna send a raid off to Squid. Hope you enjoy hanging out with Squid for a little bit. And I will catch us all over there.